on the drums. Why is this Carter Buford on the drums? What's going on here?
Oh, hello everyone. Wow, talk about a disaster stream today. Move this over so you guys can see me. I should probably reply to all these other people that were waiting on the other stream. I had a major problem with some of my my software. Better get some music going here too. All over the place. Leave that all going. Okay, so gonna do some quick housework here while I have this sort of going. Okay, so I am live. That's good. Better just make sure I can hear myself on my YouTube channel. Oh my goodness. Have I... I think I need to change my... my... what do you call it? The... oh goodness. Thumbnail. Gosh. Had it all set up, ready to go. YouTube Studio. It's hard being a streamer. Content. Live. Doing it live. This one. Edit. Yes. Can I change the thumbnail? Yes. Change to this. Save. Right. Okay. Close all of that. Whoa, yeah. Move that. That's gone. That's all working. That's gone. That's all working. I can hear myself. We're good. Oh no. And I'm trying out a new plugin as well for Twitch because I have a Twitch channel too. But the thing I've realized is it doesn't appear to work. I'm wondering, do you need like to copy the stream key into the settings here? Reconnecting. I don't think that's working. I think I might have to trial that again on the next stream.
Dusty, what you doing?
Oh, playing someone else's thing here. Channel. Oh, it was kind of working. Okay, alright. Let me modify my setting. Get rid of that. Boom. Twitch URL. Grab my closest URL from Australia, New Zealand, which I think is Sydney. Sydney. Alright. That one, please. Back to OBS. Boom. Okay. Try that. I honestly don't know. I'm just gonna ignore it. It's doing stuff. Okay. Yeah. I've got a if I open up here, you can have a look. Twitch.tv, is it? It's not twitch.com. And my thing is called Lack of Patience.
Aren't you the judge? By your own?
So I'm live, but this does this, so maybe it doesn't work until you, I don't know, I've been running the stream for a while, because I did notice here, it does have this, and it also had, I don't know, I'm gonna ignore it, because I don't know how it works. Alright, and sorry Metal Music in advance, I know you're waiting like an hour for me to get home and start the stream, so yeah, a bit of a disaster really for my my trip. So basically what I was doing was I was doing an oil change on my car and doing brake fluid, so got out to Cromwell, where I keep my cars, because I don't have a garage here at my house, and yeah, it took ages to get out there due to the traffic. Got the work done in about an hour and a half, but I don't have a proper brake fluid extraction tool, so it kind of just, you know, had to crack a bleeder on the furthest side from the master cylinder, let it drain, which does take a while, and then yeah, by the time I got through all of that, it took a full hour to get home. The traffic here in Queenstown's really bad. There's a mixed, I mean, traffic everywhere is bad, but Queenstown's in this awkward situation where the roads are, there's no double lanes, few passing lanes, everyone does 30 to 40 kilometers an hour under the limit, huge lines of traffic, little room to overtake, mixed with me being a very impatient driver. It's one thing I can never do, it's patience. So anyway, I'm going to get started on this. So yeah, welcome back everyone to the NT server series, basically with the back office. So I'm basically expanding my horizons as such on the Windows NT platform. I'd love to get my chat window as well transparent, but I can't get the text to go white. It's like ignoring the CSS. Maybe we can fix it together. Here we go. See if we can have a quick crack at this. W3 schools, maybe? So I gave this a go, but the problem is if I go here, so I've got my text, CSS text here. Okay, so I'll make it transparent, so now you can see on the right that it's gone black. So it is updating. So I could do a color. I don't know really how to make this work. I'm just gonna copy. I know there's a headers and things like that, but just curious to see if that does anything. Negative refresh. Yeah. Oops. I think I'm hosed. Yeah, it's just like ignoring, or it doesn't know how to pull it out. It is over the top. Yep. Yeah, we're all good there. Maybe bread. Why? I had it working on my first stream. Oh, I give up. Take it all out. Win some, you lose some, I guess. Alright, I really have mucked around long enough. Get rid of this. Okay, so I was playing around with a clone of the VM, but don't need that. So we've got our brain box. Let's get it fired up. Okay. Cooking. While that's doing that, I'm gonna get brain VMs folder. There's my brain box. Okay, so I do have a backup. So the first thing I'm basically checking is to make sure I got a backup. Alright. Okay. And the other thing I need to do is grab my spreadsheet. Wish I started here. So the goal of today's video is to get the domain controller spun up, which I need for file sharing services, Exchange, SQL, file sharing, that sort of stuff. So I want to look for Windows NT Server 4.0. I'm kind of wanting the guide. What's it called? The resource kit guide, maybe. Let's have a look at this. Internet guide. Okay. See if I can find a book. I just want some more info for when I... Oops, that's software. For when I need to reference stuff. So I do have a resource kit. Network administration. Let's open these two up. Okay, what have we got? Overview of the directory. Administration tasks. Setting up user accounts. Okay, this might actually be a pretty good one. So let's grab it as a PDF. Okay. What I'll do is I'll copy this into my other window here. Because I'm logged in to archive.org. PDF, please. And it's saving. So let's put this into that same folder I was using for all the apps and things. NT, here we go. Boom. And then let's go and open it. Apps, Windows NT. There we go. Alright. Table of contents. Alright. Okay. Log on to the domain. Get this going. I tell you what, that beverage, which is definitely not what you think it is, it was well earned, I tell you. It was hot in Cromwell. Where I left off was doing Windows updates, I believe. So I'm using the Update Restored project. Really handy, so I'll quickly just check to make sure there's no more updates. Okay, we're good there. Sorry, I'm just going to mute my microphone so I can move it. Okay. That's done. So let's get some networking going. I want to make sure that the clients, everything's ready for the clients. So what we need on the DC, so we need a list. We want a, we need users. We need a logon script. We need GPOs, even though they're not called GPOs in this. I think they're called just system policies. What else? Shared files. We need to, well, for the PCs, I think I'll create another list for them for things like I've got to configure, especially for Windows 98. I believe you got to install the system policy editor to make your group policies to export. We need file permissions, groups, that sort of stuff. Okay, let's start there. So we're gonna start with the easiest thing first, which is list of users. Type. So we have a few types. We've got users types. I'm gonna create a home drive. Yeah, because I want to do like, see, I don't know if redirected folders exists, but we'll start there, okay? We'll start easy. All right, Brainbox, ironic. Do this. Let's start copying tools. That we might need. Start getting them on the desktop here. Does mean I am going to have a lot of icons, I think, by the time we're cooking here. Alright, so first things first, I need to configure the server. Let's have a look through this. So this, if you guys aren't familiar with Windows NT server, basically there's no typical MMC management console natively. You can have it, but it's for various other programs. Not really Active Directory as such that we're used to nowadays. So if I run MMC, there's nothing there. So yeah, it takes a little bit of getting used to. So this is the same for Windows NT Server 3 upwards, basically. I can't remember the first version of NT Server. I'm guessing it's 3 or 3. I know it's at least 3.5. The latter of which took a lot of patches. Okay, that's the users we got. These are the shares. We've got a net logon directory. Hidden drive shares. No files in use. We don't have replication to another domain controller because you can have a secondary DC. Oh, sorry, this is directory replication. Okay, so we don't have that. It would be quite interesting to try that. Don't know how that works. Basically, you add a path. Unless it's, of course, referring to directory as in the net logon directory, maybe. I don't know if there's anyone here in the chat that knows. But okay, close that out. No alerts. Cool. Services. All of the services that start with the machine. We've already got that domain set. Selecting everything. Okay. I need to turn on stuff like event logging and all of that. So what have we got? So we're in the user manager. That's the server manager. So I can't remember. Policies, account. We'll go through these. So we've got the new user options. We can create a local group, global group, which I believe can be replicated, I'm guessing, across the domain if you've got secondary domain controllers. I'll tell you what, instead of me guessing, have a look at this. Got the user account groups. So if I go to 79, works every time. Local user account, new users. Nice to know that the pages line up. Profiles. Groups. Okay, so groups. Local group, permissions and resources. Okay, so local groups. Used to provide users permissions to access the network resources on the local computer. Okay, so you can assign resource permissions to a local group and add user accounts or global groups to the local group from one or more domains. Okay, so yeah, you can nest groups. Interesting. I didn't know you could do that. NT4. Okay, so local groups contain user accounts and global groups from any domain with the appropriate trust relationship. Global groups, here we go, used to organize domain user accounts, typically function in geographical location. Global groups can contain only user accounts from the domain where the global group is created. They cannot contain local groups or other global groups. Okay, so we'll stick with global groups because that's more domain orientated. That's kind of what we want. I guess for different things might require local groups, so we can come back to that. Okay, so first things first, let's do some user accounts. Well, actually I should probably configure the domain controller a little more first. So I want to do page 19, I'm guessing. Let's have a quick look at this. Okay, so this is getting started. Set up procedures. Server setup disks. This seems very early. You know what? Might be easier if I just wing this. And when I get stuck. This is okay. 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, 19, 29, sorry, 19, 17. Okay, group, security administration, printer monitoring, resources, backup, okay. I could use this wizard, that actually might help. User manager for the domain controller. Okay, event viewer, diagnostics, backups. Yeah, okay. Nothing really so far that I need to know. Okay, yeah, this is all very... I think I'm going to just... I think I'm going to stick to reading this for very specific things. Pass requirements, naming conventions, login hours, that's all pretty standard. Workstation restrictions, home folder locations. So that will be, okay, so when I need to do something specific, I think I'll come back and refer to this so I'm not sitting here wasting time. Because I've already wasted enough of everyone's time today. Okay, so these are the security policies for the domain. So we can have a maximum password age. You know what, let's just, for grits and giggles, we can knock this back to 7 days. It'd be horrible. We need to have at least a minimum of 6 characters. It was pretty low when you think about it. Like, security back then, you know, wasn't exactly stellar. Oh my gosh, it is so warm here. Whoops. Can't see my keyboard. 22. God, is that it? I swear it's warmer. We can do an account lockout, which we will do. So we're going to say after 3 bad attempts, lock the account, and then after 10 minutes, we can auto unlock. Okay, so we can reset the counter, and we'll just say 5-minute duration. Okay, so let's note that down. So password expires in 7 days. Need... Oops, can't spell minimum. Character is 6. Whoops. Do a password history. Don't think I'm going to worry about that. 3 tries. Auto unlocks after 5 minutes. Cool. Okay, so you can force a log off when their session time expires. Users must log on in order to change their password. Okay. Oh, okay, so the lockout duration time must be equal to the counter reset time. So we'll do that. Keep it easy. Okay, so that's the security policy. Very easy so far. User rights. What is this? Okay. There's like individual user rights. Is there anything I should know about that? Okay, so these are kind of like embedded roles, I'm guessing. So you can have a user that can log on to the domain controller and create users. Okay. I think what I'm going to do is ignore that and have like a service account. Okay, so I'll ignore those. Auditing, now this is for the event viewer, this is what I want. See if my Twitch thing's loaded. Negative Ghost Rider. I don't know what's going on with that. I downloaded this plugin to multi-stream IO. Who knows? Alright, so we're going to do some auditing. So in order for the event viewer to log anything, like if someone puts a bad password in, stuff like that, we want it to log. It's also very handy for troubleshooting. So here's a glimpse at the event viewer for Windows NT. Oh. Yep, it's pretty sparse, but yeah, so we got no security events. Okay. Alright. So I'm going to turn on all of these. So that's people that log on and log off. So that should pop up in the security. And test that soon. File and object access, user rights, user management changes, security policy changes, shutdown system, process tracking. So we'll turn all of that on. So now we've got this here. So this is the administrator on this machine did a policy change, turned all of this on. Sweet. And privileged object operation. Okay, so if I was to do, can this work? Ah, let's see. I'm so used to doing that at work. I'm always scared when you're using the mouse and Windows Server that you're accidentally going to shut down the machine. So I always do start run and then just type log off. You know, basically just there, log off, and that will kick you out. Much more safer, in my opinion. Whoa, okay, there's a lot. Okay, sweet. Here's my log on, log off sort of stuff. Cool. How... Okay, so the log is 512k max size, so I'll bump it up to a meg. Overwrite older than 7 days. I'll do the same for all of these. As well. Don't think it makes a difference, to be honest, for what we're doing here, but cool. Okay, newest first. Okay, you got some filtering, vent IDs, so pretty normal. Okay, it's all there, well, kind of all there, but it just looks a bit different. Can we export? Okay. Oh, that's open. You can do it as a text file. Cool. Alright, logging done. I guess the beauty... Well, actually, I'm going to say it, even though it's wildly incorrect, probably. It seems a little simpler to set up. Yeah. Okay, so you can add trusted domains for other DCs, I'm guessing. Save settings on exit. That's right, so you would normally have to manually update each time you do something, I'm wondering. Okay. Cool. So that's that roughly set up. Let's just quickly check out the networking, make sure we're all good there. Are we needing any services? So we can have a DHCP server, DNS, network monitor agent. I might add some of these. I need to map my ISO. Must be that one. Give it a go. Okay, that was good. Okay, that kind of did something that I didn't want it to do, which was nothing. Okay, so it's unable to open that. Do you know why? Drive mapping. Okay, so... Yeah, that was my mistake. My bad. Okay, it defaulted to D, so I need to go E. Real observant. Okay. Did that do anything? I don't know. Well, I'd like this, please. Oh, that one went. Don't know why the other one didn't. Oh, okay. Okay, that's already there. It was there, I was blind. SNMP. What else do I want? I will come back to that remote boot service. That's something I want to explore later. Ah. Okay, that remote access server, can't use it. Okay. Well, I think we're all good. So we'll go yes. We'll get that rebooted. I'm gonna have to also reapply that service pack anytime you make a change like that. It's always a good idea to rerun it. The last stream I did, I had to use the encrypted service pack 6 because I installed the, what was it, the 128-bit encryption. Okay. Nice thing about this is it is a lot faster. Now, potentially might be a problem coming up later in the series, which I just thought about, but I think I'll worry about it when I get there. This is basically my quick testing that I did. Installing BackOffice server turns off 128-bit encryption. But I've already got the 128-bit service pack 3. So does that mean that after that's installed, if I wanted to reinstall the service pack, I'd need the non-encrypted one? I'll tell you what, I've got both. So either one will work or one won't. So as I said, I'll worry about that later. Okay, so those are the services. We're all good there. Was there any clients or anything in here that I needed? Okay, so basically this thing's got to finish loading. Surely that should be... Okay, nothing's in starting state, so... Ah, I don't know why that was doing that. Okay, well, I don't have to worry about any of that, so we'll ignore it for now. Get back on track here. Let's eject that CD-ROM. Did we get anything extra? Not really, but that's not to say there's not, you know, stuff hiding somewhere that I don't see. Yeah, licensing. So we've set for 20 cows. So that's good. Don't think there's much else in here that I need to worry about, to be fair. Yeah, okay, we're all good there. Okay. What was I doing? Creating a list of users. Okay, so... do a type and a role. So basically I'm going to make a couple of standard users. Yep. Making sure the cows are all set there. Okay. I'm not very good at NT4 server, so bear with me. Alright, I'm going to do groups. I think I'm going to start with groups. Yeah, there was. New global group. Okay. Group name. Okay, so this is gonna be our standard. Oh, we do have domain users, so I won't bother making that. Let's do Contoso managers. Like so. I don't know. Oh, spaces don't appear to matter. Okay, so now that the group's created, I can't rename it. That's okay. It was asking me something weird. You know what? Gosh, I'm really struggling here with creativity for things. We'll do that. I'd like to kind of keep the naming convention the same, if I can. So I actually am going to get rid of that. We'll redo it how I had it. And we'll just do that. Head of departments, power users. We've got standard domain users, of course. What else do we need? I'll start there. Can always create more groups. So here, do this. So that'll do, and then we'll do oops. Joys of not being able to see your keyboard. We'll make that other group. Okay. I thought that name would be too long. I was interested to see how long it would let me make the name. I don't know how that will affect 9x clients, maybe a little bit. Okay, users, the part I hate the most, mainly because I find it hard. Okay, so let's create a list of users. So we need a email admin. Because typically what you would do is block sign in on your administrator account, you'd have a service account. password for all of these is just going to be let me in, just because I can't be bothered to make something else. What else? Who do we need? We need they can be an HOD. Who else do we want to add? Jane John. The King, Sol. He can be an office user. What else? I don't know. There should be enough. So we got 5. Okay. I'm going to move that over here. Let's create these users. So the username we're going to keep. I'm just going to add here. Okay. Oh gosh. What in the world? Okay. Normally I do. Actually not. I'll keep it short. Watch me regret this decision. Oh yeah. 5 users, start with my one. Let me in. We don't have password history turned on, so in theory I don't have to do any of this. Groups. Okay, so it's a domain user. We need it to be a domain admin. Let's do that. Okay, so profile settings. I do know what a lot of these do, but I'm going to read this. So we want to look for user profile path. Okay, so this is a roaming user profile. So these are, back in the day, you would have a roaming profile that would follow you from machine to machine, which would have your personal settings in it. Really hard to work with. It either everything matched together properly and it worked, or if one thing didn't, it would just fall over and it was a nightmare. So when I got started at my last job, we were phasing out roaming profiles and home drives and stuff, and man, some of the problems it caused. But I'm going to use this on purpose here. So I'm just seeing how much of my refreshment I have available left. Okay, so basically logs on the user, loads the profile, copy to that location, and therefore the server copy is downloaded each time the user logs off. So it's more current than the local profile. So I can't create that because I don't have a directory set up. However, we'll make one and we will turn on like inheritance and stuff. So is there any more notes on that? Yeah, so you would have, oops, this here, so you can use a switch. So inside of a directory, it will create John Smith's folder. So you can just basically copy and paste this. So we can do a template as well, which actually might be handy, which I will come back to. So basically what you do is you have a standard like user setup, and then you just copy that user in theory. But I don't know if this switch would stay with that. Okay, log off and log on as user 2. Notice the screen changes color the same as the screen color set for the template profile. And we can have a home path. Yeah, so personal profile stored on the server. So yeah, Windows NT will substitute the percent username percent with the user account name, which will be for this one ML admin. The profile, if the profile is is a roaming mandatory profile, enter the name of the server. What's the difference? If it's a mandatory, what does that mean? If the profile is a roaming mandatory profile, enter the name of the server and their share name. Okay, so that's if you want to turn that on, I'm guessing. Ah, what is all of this? Oh gosh, this is how we do a roaming profile. Now, this is going to be a big weakness of mine. Sorry, neighbors are dumping stuff. Because I don't think I've really ever fully dived into that. Okay, closing that. We can have a home drive as well, which we will leave and set log on hours. So what we can do is for our end users, set it as business hours as such. You can log on to all of the workstations, or you can specify up to 8 that you're allowed to locally log on to. We can expire the account. We can make it a local account just on this machine, or we can add it to the domain. We're doing the latter. Cool, we'll add that. Okay, so that one's done. So let's do our 2 header departments. So I'm gonna do, let's give this a go. We'll try this templating. Actually, can you even... Okay, so it does that. I'm wondering, well, maybe I might be getting ahead of myself. Creating users, but we don't have any profile paths and things saved, so maybe I need to do that. Normally I'd wing this and just whack it in and just pray. Let's pop up here. So we started down here. Okay, storing home folders. Okay, user 1, 2, stored on users' computers. space on the user's computer. If the user has space on their machines, it's not important to have centralized backup. Locate the home folder on the user's local machine. Less traffic on the network. Not worried about that. Okay, so full name, naming convention, description, password, home folder location, logon hours. Okay, use the following criteria to make your decision. I like how I just gloss over it. Linda Mitchell, Vice President. Okay, so this is very similar to what I've just done on my spreadsheet. I have no official Microsoft training, by the way. Just putting that out there. Twist and tape is how I work. Okay. To be honest, I don't think there's too much of this we need to worry about. Alright, let's whack in a couple of directories. If we want to do roaming profiles. So I did create a shared folder directory. I haven't shared it yet, but we'll do. This. And this. Okay. Here we go. So, let's have a look at sharing. I want to make this hidden. So I'm going to put $1 on the end of this. User profiles. Remove that. So domain admins have full control. Okay. We want to give domain users. I need to be able to make changes so they can write to the directory. This is not. This is just for sharing. Okay, so let's try that. Now, MS-DOS workstations, is that meaning 9X workstations? Okay, connect to a hidden share. Oh, okay, that's on Windows NT. Did it give me any info? Connecting to shared folders. We want to create a shared folder. Connecting, modifying shared folder, assigning shared permissions, shared name. Give me the info I want. This is the only problem with these books, is it can be a little harder to Yeah, so it gives you a hierarchy, fat volumes. Share names must be accessible from Windows NT 95 and non-NT platforms. So does that mean it doesn't support hidden directories? I think I'm going to have to give up on that, because it's a non-NT box. I don't know. You know what? Can't type. Yes, Windows 98 supports hidden shares. Okay, so 9X might. You know what? If this doesn't work, we'll risk it. And it says some, so you know what? Let's just do that. Okay, so we want to turn on everything. We want to map out domain user auditing. So this is gonna just check and log to the event viewer any auditing that domain users interact with. Yeah, do that. Okay, so oh gosh, we really are in the dark ages here. Everyone, full control. So how do I do? I need to like turn on inheritance and stuff. So domain admins need essentially full control. We need to add domain users to create, add and read. Oh, hang on, you got to do one at a time, don't you? That's right. Okay. Yeah, I almost got burnt by that. I forget sometimes these things have a few quirks. So we'll add domain admins. Domain admins full control domain users. Can change and read. I feel like I'm missing something, eh? Okay, so in theory, what permissions is this inheriting? I don't know if this is exactly... Okay, you know what? I think I need to backtrack. I've got a theory here about this. If I log off under... Actually, I don't think I even made another user, did I? No, I didn't. Okay, let's get the users done so I can test that permission theory. Okay, who have we got? We've done my admin one, John Smith. He's an HOD. We'll do that. Okay, so John Smith is a domain user. He's in the HOD group. Now, I'm going to leave him out of the standard users for now. But we'll add him as a power user. Log on to anything there. I haven't done a profile yet, but we'll come back to that. That's James Smith. Hopefully that lawnmower is not too loud. I'll just ignore that. Let's just try that. Again, no profile. Let's log out of the DC. I just want to test this file permissions thing. Ah. I need to grant access. Oh. Actually, I wonder if my email admin one works. Okay. Yep, in theory it does. So I could set literally anything. Ooh. Wow. Swimming pool. Ooh, wow. Don't think we've got... Do we have any bitmaps? Do... I like to try and set something different so I can remember what account I'm using. Gosh, these are all terrible. Oh, gosh. Don't like any of them. Maybe this one. Okay, that's how I know I'm logged in as this person. Now, okay, so this person's a domain admin, so I can see this path. So that's fine. I need to temporarily permit an end user to log on to this domain controller. Should have just left myself logged in here. How do I change that? Is it under here? I need to grant... How do you grant a user to log on to the domain controller? Is it this? Must be this. For this workstation? Where's my group? Contoso HOD. So we've granted HODs access. So that should be John and Jane. Let's just... Oh, actually, you know what? I should have done power users, to be honest. Which would have been just John. So let's change that. Where did I just change that? It was here, wasn't it? Oh, I did put... Well, I put HODs, but let's put power users. They just have a little more rights. So not domain admins, but... I mean, we'll give it a shot. It's either going to work or it's not, isn't it? Oops. Oh yeah, there we go. So that's how you can grant a user permission to log on to the domain controller. Which, to be honest, you never really want to do, but I am curious. So we can get to this, and we can get to this. So I need to be able to grant users to create... So the trick is getting the ability to create a directory, but not the ability to look at other directories. That's what I need to achieve. So, gosh, getting tricky quick. It's my inability to remember how this works. I'm used to, like, is there like a better, like, permission manager? Surely. That's sharing it. Yeah, I mean, like, surely there's a better way to, or maybe this is all you get. Struggling. Yeah, this is kind of what I'm stuck with, I guess. Okay. So this is the profile permission set. Let's just have a look. So no access, list the directory files, read, add and read, change and full. So let's change this to add. So you can add files, and then if I'm guessing this one, because the administrator created this, I'll be the owner. Okay. Let's do this. I need to get the permission set right. So when you create actually, in theory, the wizard adds the directory, which then coincides with adding the permissions. I would have thought. I think it does. Yeah, I can't open it, but I can write to it. Oh, sorry. What am I doing? Okay. Okay, I can create. So does that... D profiles. Can I get to this? Because I created it. No, okay, so it's inheriting the permissions, which I guess is what it's supposed to do. Is there a thing I need to turn off for simple file permissions or something? I'm used to like the wizard where you can tick and select more granular, and I can't remember if this allows you to do that, or you have to turn on like some other domain security thing. Okay, so the change permission allows viewing file names, subdirectory names, traversing, viewing data, running apps, adding files, changing data files, deleting directories and files. Okay, so that's fine. And then full control will be like changing the permission sets, pretty much. Yeah. Okay, so that makes sense. So that's fine. So for that person, yeah, okay, so interesting. So it knows that the owner of the directory was John, because John created it. But John can't open it. Okay, so that's because of this. Okay. So the user needs... I'm trying to figure out how to do these permissions. Because the end user needs to be able to create... Or the wizard will create the profile directory path. Okay, I think I might be thinking about this a little too hard. So let's back out, get rid of these. We will go here. Wherever my user manager is. Ah, does that not resolve? Okay, so Brainbox does, so... Won't be case sensitive. No, cool. And this will be shareable. Yeah, cool. So admin can create. Perfect. So we'll back out of here and here and here, and we'll go to the user, John. Profile path. Okay, so this is going to be brain box profiles dollar. I believe that's all I need. Now, in theory, when I log in as John, should create a path. Okay, so it didn't create it, so I need to create it. Maybe it only does it for home. Yeah, because I can't open it. Gosh, the muscle memory to go to the run dialog box and type log off is pretty high. Okay. So we would have to make this. Or we would have to grant for this directory domain users would have to be able to write. Oh, okay. So it's saying no, it has the right permissions, so the wizard did not make it. I'm wondering if it only does that when you create a user. She's a profiles or profile? Profiles, cool. Just making sure I got the share name correct. Did not make it. Okay, so it doesn't make it, so you have to. Or is it a case of it can't write because it doesn't have full permissions? Let's just do one thing at a time. I will change this just to full control temporarily. We'll log back in as John and just see if it will self-create. If it doesn't, we have to make it. Okay, so that time, yes, so it's made it. Okay, so let's check out the permissions. Owner is John, that's correct. Ah. Right, so it's done all the folder permissions. It's not inherited its parent. So basically it hasn't obtained from the higher up here domain admins. Oh god, that's just frozen it. Holy moly. Ah, and also I've just remembered that I hadn't redone my Service Pack 6 install. Oh, I clicked it again. What a knob. Sure that's a bug. Security. Yes, okay, so it hasn't inherited these, so we haven't got domain admins, which is fine. Administrators is fine, because I believe this won't have access. Oh, okay, it does. That's fine. Oh, okay. Right. Okay, so that's kind of how I'd expect it to work, but I'm a bit surprised. That I needed to write the permission sets like that. Domain users, full control. See, I think change should be enough, because you don't want to be able to give users, yeah, see, here's the profile path. Now when I delete this, it's probably going to complain that it can't find it. So roaming, I'm going to delete the profile so it doesn't try and find that path when I log back on to the server. It's going to be like new. I'm cheating basically because I can't be asked to figure out how to like clear it out. Okay, so it has permissions to create. John Smith is the owner. We have admins, system, and John full control over that directory. Cool. All right, that's kind of more like it. Okay. And actually, what I am gonna do to see if the like the roaming profile is working when we do our like our setup for the client, I like to put in just something unique, you know, like that, or okay. Sure. That'll do. Okay, so that's just a really easy way to see if the profile is basically doing its thing. It should bring all those changes because it's a roaming profile. Don't know why I'm even bothering using the admin account. That'll do. Here we go. Okay, back to here. John Smith, profile. So I want a home drive. So again, we gotta share this. So this will be home dollar. Like so. God, my neighbor is cooking something and I don't know what it is, but holy cow, it's intense. Normally I'm not bothered by food smells, but oh, I tell you, this one's, she's making my eyes water. We want to go to here. We're going to do the same. So we want to grant domain users change permissions. So they can add. I keep clicking this like it's going to do something, but there's nothing in between there. You don't want to do that. Let's say we were to do that tick subdirectory box on the profile path. It's going to replace all the permission sets with its parent object, which of course will break it because the user's not going to have rights to their own home drive. Profile path. Cool. Nice. Okay. Alright. We don't have to put in a... Well, we probably do have to do that. Okay, so... Oh, interesting. Could not be creative. See what I did there? Typo. Did it make one? It did. Okay, and access denied. So, okay, so ownership is administrators. John Smith. How do we keep the inheritance for the admin account? So like this. Which is all of this anyway. It's this. Well, no, it's not actually. No, we don't want to take ownership over the directory. Typically you would give... You would have to go here, right? And you would go add... I don't know, like that. And then you can open it. But the owner is still John. No, sorry, it's administrators. John's still got full control. Okay, so if we log back in, it is John Hammer. Okay, so we got a home drive. In theory, if we were to add more users, we should not be able to see... I'm going to do something naughty that you'd never normally do. I'm going to grant domain users access to the server to log on so I can test this. The other option is we just join a workstation to the domain, which I think is probably more interesting. So let's just get this user done. I wanted to have a good play around with this because it's not something I'm going to be really coming back to. Domain admin, gonna be a Contoso standard user, which we will utilize later. Okay, so can I do it for this? Oops. just took set never expire. Just because that box is annoying. Well, actually for this user I shouldn't do that. Can I copy this? Oh cool, it's kept those. Yeah, so we got that under the home drive, and we've got no profile yet because the user of course hasn't logged on, but sweet. Okay, so we can do our next user. So we've got Jane Smith, John, ML admin. We need to do a mate Bill. Cool, we should have the same groups, we do. So our template works. Okay, so here's our users. Not many, you can add more later. Gosh, sorry about that. Wind is blowing my curtains around and... Okay, so user rights, we need to add them. So you never want to do this, of course, in the real world, but we're just gonna do that. Let's see what happens. So we should be able to use Jane, John, Bill. Here we go, here's Bill. So in theory, we've got our home drive. We do see the others. However, I'm pretty sure I can't get into these. Yep. Correct, but I can get into mine. And I should be able to create that. And I might see if I can do folder redirection. We'll see. Profiles. So we got John and Bill. So I shouldn't be able to open this. Correct. Okay. But I should be able to open mine. Correct. There's nothing in there because I haven't logged off. Perfect. Okay. Folder permissions set. We need to create a shared drive for data. So we'll do that. This is not going to be hidden. I'll do that. Apply that. What are the permissions? No. Domain admins. Full. We want to give Contoso standard users change access. Correct. Correct. I hate it how it does that. Just by default, just shuffles everything in there. Domain admins full control. We want to give Contoso standard users change access. We'll do that. Okay, we're gonna do auditing for everyone. So every change is logged in the event viewer. That's going to add it to all of that, and administrators has ownership. Okay. Now, how do I do a logon script? It's going to be fun. Okay. Well, we're gonna just try it. I've got to save it in a particular path. I can never remember. gosh. Oh gosh. Okay. Oof. User profiles. Creating profiles. Less than 30 minutes. User profiles cannot be set for users who log on using LAN manager of DOS workgroups, Windows 3X clients. For those, you will have to write a logon script. Windows NT server concepts and planning. Can I select? Gosh. Gosh. Okay, down. Ah, there's the folder path. Okay, so I need to copy it into there. System at 32. Was it? RPL, replication. Oh gosh, already forgotten. Import scripts. Okay, so this directory is your net logon folder typically, if I recall correctly. Here's your safe for Burn W. Net logon, yeah, that's it there. So if you ever were like, oh, where do I copy my net logon script? There's not much. I thought there would have been more info. Oh, okay, here we go. Non-NT clients logon scripts. Logon scripts. 66. Okay, page 66. Oh, that was lucky. You know what? Does this person put anything in? I'd love someone just to have something, you know, like that I can just cheat off. I mean, I'll make one, but you know, I would do net use or something to map a drive. Yeah, so yeah, we could do this. Yeah, okay. Run a specific setup program utility, which we will be doing later. Synchronize the client time with the PDC. So, yeah. So, let's keep that in our back pocket. I'll move that over here. Okay, so we need to do... Can I do this, and then we'll go I don't know. I don't think Windows 9X supports this, but interesting. Okay, so we could do we can do a environment variable for a home directory, so that'd be backslash server name users, username, persistent no, do a shared drive, so we need to do net use, D will be in use, so E will be the CD-ROM, we'll do S for shared, so we'll do that, and there'll be backslash brain box / shared. Can't remember the path. Okay, it is shared. And then we can do persistent no, which means it won't keep it permanently mapped even if the net logon script's not available. So for this, we've got to grab this file name. Then we've got to go, well actually first of all we've got to copy it in here. User managers. I am gonna just, I thought you could copy and paste the name. But yep, you can. We'll give it a nudge with this. And this. I don't know if it's case sensitive. Gotta do Jane's stuff here. Okay. I'll likely change this as things go along. Okay. We'll log on as back as me. We should have there, it ran there. So it's added a shared drive on S. Should be able to log on as Jane. And have the same thing. Yep, got a home directory, S directory. No permissions though. And that will be because I didn't add her to the list. That's alright. We can check out her group membership. Okay, Jane. So I made her a HOD, but I didn't make her a standard user. This is the thing with groups, so you can get yourself burned on. Likely this is it here. So standard users. You know what we should do is make standard users be able to list. But we will make head of departments have change control. Does that not do anything? Ah, goodness grief. It's this UI. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. That's fine. So it means that an administrator will have to provide a standard user access to a directory, which would be here. So we would go here and we would say, okay, permissions. So standard users can get into this, and this is from before. So for example, if you were to tick this here, replace all the permissions and the subdirectory, it's going to go through and that's going to change this, so there's no change permissions for standard users. They can list, but what I'm going to do for this group is they can change, which means they can add and what have you stuff in there. And then we'll go here and we'll go head of departments, and we'll go general. So this will adopt that parent permission, I believe. Yep. Okay. So standard users have no rights. General users have, oh sorry, general, we will mark that for that. Perfect. So we should, gosh, this is going to get complicated. So we got apps, we have HODs and general. And general, like that. So if I go back here, so Jane is an HOD, so should be able to access both, but yeah, so both John and Jane. James Brown is a domain user and a standard user, so should not be able to see that. Let's give it another nudge here. The old college try. No. Still can't map it, and I'm wondering if that's because I haven't shared it properly. I probably haven't shared it correctly. That's my mistake. That's why I'm testing this. Sharing. Yeah, okay, so it's not, yeah. Needs to be a part of the domain user group. Or standard. Okay, that's my mistake. So Contoso power users and HODs need to be able to use this as well. Basically, all Contoso Office staff need to be able to map that directory, and then it should grab the permissions. Try that again. Basic folder permissions 101 I missed out there. So in theory, yeah, we can get in. So we should be able to get to this, which we can. We should be able to get into general and create a folder. We should be able to create a folder in here, which we can. So that all works. So we'll log on as James Brown, King of Salt. We haven't logged on as him before on this, so we should have a lot of stuff here. Yep, cool. And we should be able to see this but not open it. Correct. We should be able to see this and open it. Correct. We should be able to create a directory. Correct. And we should be able to delete it. Correct. Can we delete this one? Yes. Okay. And we should be able to open this one. Cool. The other thing I'm going to try, because I know that the roaming profile stuff should be doing something. Let's go here and just set something temporarily. Log off the user. Should push the data into that profile path. Oops. Didn't mean to do that, but actually that's a good test. So I've done two things I'm going to try out. I want to test that the directory where the profile sits can be pulled out after it's removed, and apply the wallpaper and no prompt. So if I do this here, I'm going to delete the user. So it hasn't removed this. Now, I really should be testing this with a domain workstation. Does it pull his stuff back? It does. Aha! Cool. Okay, so that's a profile being pulled from that directory that's saved in a central location. I think at this point we need to get a workstation going. So let's log this person off, and we're gonna leave. I'm just gonna log back in as administrator. That curtain. I'll tell you what, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this spun up here. I've already backed it up. So we'll leave that running and we'll get this going here. I'm going to go and grab myself another cold snack. Maybe a few chips to snack on so we can continue. It's like 6:30 here, so I should probably stop soon. I just want to get this workstation set up, and I think what I'll do is we'll touch on group policies, but I will be back in a minute. Alright, I'm back. Alright. Sorry, I was just making sure my microphone was still working. I'm a professional streamer. No, not at all. Right. One thing I didn't do is repatch my service pack, but that's going to be something I'll worry about soon. By soon, I mean later. Okay, so here's our workstation. We want to get this on the domain. Always, old habits die hard, I tell ya. And we want to create an account. See what this does. Okay, so it registered. Did it actually do anything? Here it is. There's one thing with NT4. That's actually pretty quick to just get something in a domain. Domain. Sorry. So we'll let this reboot while it's doing that. I have more my muffin that I made. It's just pear and chocolate chip. Right. So I should be able to. Oh, is it going to resolve it? Oh, it did. Okay, yep. Start logging into the admin, which it did. Okay, configure these settings because we've got no roaming profile, of course, for the administrator account, which is pretty normal. Typically wouldn't, because it's, you need it as vanilla as possible. Let's log on as my ML admin. Okay, I saw it mapped a drive. It did. There we go. Perfect. Now, let's see. One of the harder users should pull in his profile. We should have map drive for a home directory, bunch of other stuff set up, wallpapers, everything. And we do. And we've got this. It's put my toolbar up, which is great. It's got my home drive. Yep. I mean, that's pretty much as simple as it is for getting a workstation on there. Now, does NT support redirection? Okay, redirecting documents, so printers. Hmm. Okay, so it doesn't. Hmm. Okay, so you have to use the policy editor. Okay, so method default user specifically for navigating the shell. Okay, so we would need. That's what I figured we'd be getting into now is more group policy stuff. The policy editor. Now it doesn't. I mean, the theory is similar to newer versions of Windows Server, but it's still a little bit archaic. There's not a whole lot like of granularity that we're used to today. That muffin. Okay. Compared to modern Windows NT's 4's limited redirection via system policies and manual register editing. Oh god. Okay. I think we might be on an uphill battle. Yeah, like this is what I'm more used to. Of course you can just change it. Okay. Okay. Folder location. Okay. Righty. Okay, so that's what we'll do. So I need to do this for a few, not for everyone though, because if I do that for everyone, that's going to include the administrator account. We don't want to do that. Otherwise, whenever you try and do anything, it's going to go into a path that doesn't exist. I need to make more of them. Alright. Oh god, I've been putting off the policy editor. It's painful. I remember my last attempts to use it were pretty challenging. Okay, we're at a policy template. Here we go. Now, was it common or was it Windows NT? It was common, wasn't it? Doesn't exist. Okay. Sorry, I was just reading. Oh, okay, that's all the templates that are added. Okay, so if you guys haven't seen this, this is basically group policy. They call it the system policy. You've got a default users, default computers, of course, which I'm going to leave the well alone. But yeah, so we can set display restrictions, so we can actually, I'll tell you what, let's make one. I'm going to add a group. And this is anyone inside of that group is going to get this. So this is going to be all of head of departments and standard users are going to get this. So anyone who's a Contoso Office domain user, pretty much. And these are the settings. We can add a workstation policy. Now the only annoying thing is you can't, it's not like modern group policy, you know, where you can assign it to an OU and like have computer objects inside of a security group and then map it to a security group, and like you could do a lot more, but this is very, you know, basic. So we probably don't have, oh yeah, we've got a few things. So we'd have to do I wonder if there's a way I can specify what type of workstation. Yeah, so that'd be just for that one PC. Okay. Alright, we'll stick with user policies for the time being. So, head of departments, we can restrict them on these. It's going to hide background tabs, screensavers, that sort of stuff. So yeah, the different statuses. The empty space means not applied, grey means not configured, ticked means configured. So what we can do is we can do a custom wallpaper. So actually maybe I'm better off in doing it on this. Do this. Oh, that's very bright. That's very bright. Do this. Very basic. Okay, we'll set a wallpaper. Oops. Gosh, I can't spell. What was the path? I've forgotten it. Yep. So you always put it in the run dialog box, which means that you can test it. I'm gonna do this. Get rid of that. Okay, so we've got a wallpaper set up for HODs. It's just a nice way of seeing how the GPO works, basically. And you can do a bunch of stuff here, so we can remove the run dialog box, hide network neighborhood, remove the shutdown command from the start menu, that sort of stuff. Also got to skip songs because this lady's can hear her singing. It's annoying me. Custom folders, so we can add like a custom start menu, which you can do. So you could do like, you know, users just get access to one folder that has a bunch of shortcuts in it. We can do that later. Yeah, so there is a few things. You can exclude certain directories from the roaming profile. So I need to find something called folder redirection. I don't have that as such. Does that mean it's only here? Or is it that I need to update my group policy objects? Well, this looks to be almost like a Windows 2000 UI. Might be in a spot of bother here. Policy template. It looks like it is at the root level though. So I must be missing. I need this on as well for 9x clients at some point too. Okay. Default user policy entry. So I am reading this right. So I think I'm probably missing a template. I'm guessing. Such as the NT4 domain administrator account. Do I have to do it on an actual workstation? Because that's one thing you forget with system policy editor. It's not normal. it doesn't work. It doesn't. Everything's not stored on the domain controller with all the stuff a lot of the time. It seems that, like, especially for Windows 98, you have to, if you want to create Windows 98 group policies, or 95 9X clients, you have to have a client machine to generate the policy file to then drop onto your net logon folder. I'm wondering if this is what we need here. So if I go here, copy a link, we can check this out. Let's have a gander at this, because I do have an image of the CD-ROM. Interesting. Or more, is it the base operating system supports it, but NT4 doesn't? Shell folders. Maybe it just doesn't support it. Okay. It must be something to do. Let's have a quick poke around the registry. Oh no, that should might not let me, but I haven't poked much around the registry editor for this, but I'm just wondering if this tells me where this path is, because I think... Oh, there's nothing in there. Plot thickens. If I log out and log in, does that folder turn up? So I log off, which pushes the latest changes probably into the... Yeah, okay. Gotcha, okay. So, it must be when it logs off. So it's not redirecting the folder, it's just saving in the profile settings. So I wonder how that works. I will be honest, this is where I'm going to struggle because I don't know a huge amount about how the policy or the registry works to map. So always went into local machining, current user. There's all the screensaver settings. Interesting. So you could push a GPO with a registry edit. Nothing left in the environment. Okay. Gosh. No drive type auto run. Tips. Oh, that's that stupid thing where you log into a machine the first time. Oh, here we go. Ah. Okay. So, where is that? That must be this directory. Yeah, it is. So this seems to work out of the box, I guess, for 9x clients. Sorry, for NT clients, but 9x clients would probably need, I'm guessing, this changed. See if I can find it. Okay, so you can use the environment variable username to get to the roaming data. So pretty typical, it stores it locally and then when you log off it pushes it up. We've got a personal directory. What does that mean? What is that actually even for? Personal. I don't even know what that's for. Like, is that just to store... see, now I could... Okay. Okay, so I need to edit as well. I need to edit my logon script again. Of course I made it under the other user. So, C, 1ENT. So system. System 32. Replication import. I'll just make a copy of it, whack it onto the shared data drive. Oh, that's correct. So why is the home... What's going on with the home directories? I thought they would just map straight in. Anyway, I'm not gonna get too hung up on that. Okay. Let me carry on. I got distracted here. Change the color scheme. Rose. And they can have a wallpaper too. And this can be that. It's pretty basic. Make it a slightly different color or something. Maybe that. And then we can do this. I don't know, we'll do something fun. By fun, I mean just change the font. I don't know. That'll do. Okay. Maybe I should change it to something more. And then we'll put a smiley face. Okay, that can go in here. And the name I had set for it, I've already forgotten. Here's my policy editor here. General. So we'll keep that the same. Like that. Cool. Alright, so now, well I've only done a couple real basics. Don't think I touched really anything else. Yeah, so we can dive on. I think we can dive into this a bit more in a bit more detail. But now, in order to get that into the onto the domain so it can be used, we need to save it. And I always forget the name of it, but I think it was mentioned in one of these. Yeah, ntconfig.pol. Like that. copy that into here. Now, I don't know how long it takes to replicate. And I'm wondering as well, have I missed something? You know what? We will do a reboot of the VM, of the PC VM, because I don't know how long it takes to replicate. So I've only done an HOD user and a standard Contoso user, so in theory there should be 2 wallpapers depending on which group you're in. And also there should be a theme change for a Contoso standard user. So see what this does. So John's a part of that group. Okay, so it's got that. That's cool. Okay, so there's our theme, there's our new wallpaper, and notice it's overwritten. It'll overwrite any previously changed settings, I believe. So if I do this and log off, in theory, it should overwrite that. Yeah, so it's pulling it from the server. Okay, that's good. That's doing what it needs to do. So that's a start. So, oh God, help me. Doing Windows 98. Oh my God. So, when I was at high school, this is 2002 to 2003. We ran an NT4 domain controller, and all of the clients were typically 9X clients. So we had one computer lab had Windows 95 machines, and the other one was Windows 98. And depending on which ones were just a little bit newer or not. Actually, funnily enough, if you go back into my channel, I'll take this headset off, you can see the video I did on the IBM PC. I think it was like one of my last restorations before I moved house. Okay, well, let's boot this up, which I've already got a backup of. And we're going to have a quick crack at it. Yeah, I remember this being a bit of a pain because it's kind of like a bastardized. What is this? Okay, now this will be pointing out probably security vulnerabilities. Oh, interesting. This is a client directory service for, I guess, older operating systems. Interesting. Of course, because the jump from NT Server to Server 2000 is pretty big. Like, that's the first time, you know, you got standard Active Directory and, you know, all that other stuff. Okay, so I do know that we have to get the Windows 98 CD. Yeah, and you have to save it, sorry, as config.pol. And there's also a few other settings that we have to change too. That remote update thing. Okay, let's give it a crack. It's either going to work or it's not. So, first things first, we need to get this thing on the domain. So to do that, go into the network settings, clients for Microsoft. And we'll do log on and restore network connections when you log on to the network. Windows verifies each network drive is ready for use. That's fine. The other thing we need to do is user level access control. So this means that it should pull in, enable you to specify users and groups who have access to each shared resource. So we want to get this from Contoso. So that's like folder level stuff. Okay, so it's probably I can't do that until I've joined the domain. So we'll do it one step at a time, I guess. Welcome to Windows 9X clients. Reboot on every microscopic change you make. In theory, this should give me a domain option to log on to. Okay. Okay, so I've authenticated as the administrator. Just having a good old think about it. Okay. Back into here. Okay. Because I'm now on the domain. I've used our domain admin account to initiate the connection to generate the list of ACLs essentially for for a lack of a better term. Okay. Now I need to change the profile types to say not everyone has a shared profile. To do that, you go to the passwords, I believe. Yeah, passwords, user profiles, and we go to users can customize their preferences, desktop settings, Windows switches to your personal settings. And we're going to just include everything in that profile. Enable remote administrators of the server. So we've got allows people to manage your system files and printers from remote computers. That's set up for Contoso. And we'll reboot again. I'm not kidding when I said you have to reboot a bunch. And again, this is crap integration. Like when you compare it to NT, which, as you've seen, like right off the bat, like it's all just so self-contained. Trying to get Windows 9X, my god, being a sysadmin back in the day for that would have been fun. All those little gotchas. Some bear traps. Mind you, today there's still a lot of bear traps. Like, leave an Amazon web service running or something that goes nuts and then gives you a $200,000 bill or something. I think I'd rather make policies for Windows 98. I think we're frozen. It does happen every now and then for 9X clients on VirtualBox, but that's alright. Okay. Okay, so now it's actually going to try and get the profile from the domain controller. So we didn't have this before because it was set to use a shared profile for everybody. So you can press yes on that and essentially it will spit out a bastardized version. And you'll notice there's no... Well, actually this is a bad example. I'll log into another user. So it's grabbed a logon script, which isn't going to work, I don't think. And it's saying, hey, you haven't logged in before. Would you like to log in? Would you like to retain your individual settings? Yes. But you notice there's no wallpaper set. I don't even think we've got map drives, no. You know, like, when you're looking around it, it's pretty barren. So this means we need to get a Windows 98 disk in this. Okay. Gosh, this thing's having it fit. I can't remember where this is, but there's a policy editor somewhere. Here we go, I think, here we go, policy editor. Now, how do I install this? I think I either copy it and then... Add and remove programs, have the disk, select enter admin policy editor and install it. Okay, we can do that. Yeah, there's a particular way that you have to do it. Have disk. Where is this? Tools, resource kit, network admin, policy editor, I think I'm in the wrong directory again. Tools, resource kit, network admin. Add and remove programs. Add programs. Click Windows Setup tab. Move this over here. Windows Setup. Have a disk. I think I was close there before, but these instructions are... There we go. So we got the group policy templates and the system policy editor itself. So that should be here now. I would have thought. Yep, there it is in there. So what we need to do now is actually we need to make some policies for the 9X client. So if I go straighter, oh, well, I only installed it for that one user. Bogus. Ugh, really? Fine. Okay. Created. Okay, here we go. Now we should have more templates. Do I need to copy these? That is the question. A lag on this VM. She's not doing good. Okay, here we go. Okay, come on. And Windows. So these are all like the policy files, and I don't know if these ones, well, actually they are probably the same. Yeah, they are. I don't know what half of these do. But I'll tell you what, we'll do that. Okay, so this is our list that's been grabbed from the domain controller like before. So we can do HODs and we can do standard users. And let's have a gander and see what we've got. It'll be slightly different because it's Windows 9X. That's okay. So the one thing I know that we have to do here is turn on the remote update. Oh, God. Where is it? Okay, is it a workstation policy? Me. Remote update, here we go. So I believe we need this so it can get the latest policy. Let's Google it. Yeah. Okay, so Make sure the checkmark remote update and use the settings below are set to automatic. It will tell the PC to download the policy from an NT server provided that the config.pol file is located in the correct directory net log on. Okay, so cool. So we will do that. What path file needs to go in there? Is it just this? It is just that. Okay. So it's just our net logon directory. We'll display error messages automatic. So that's really important, otherwise it's not going to work. Well, it will work. Enable user profiles. I think I need a help file. I'll save that. Yeah, so this is how to create a new profile. Okay, so set up automatic downloading Windows updates from the NT servers. Oh, okay. Open registry. And I need to call it. What did I need to call it? It's like. Crap. Where's the name of it? I always forget the name of it. It's something like just pol or config.pol, isn't it? Yeah, config.pol. Ah, that didn't do anything. It failed to save. Okay, alright. We'll back out, open it back up. Oh, goodness gracious. Windows 98, network, update, remote update, automatic, from brain box, net log on, save to here, desktop config, and error occurred while writing the registry. The file cannot be saved. I can save it there. What? Oh. I was like, where are my instructions? Local computer. Windows, Microsoft side network. Microsoft client for Windows networks. Oh yeah. Okay, or work group. Okay, so that's already set. Oh, interesting, I didn't know you could do this. You can do a log on banner. Okay, that's all pretty normal. So we'll carry on. Jeez, the instructions are so basic. I mean, look at this. It's just saying, just save the file in this folder. Then tell you, hey, you've actually got to do like a bunch of stuff. Wow, this is crap. Ugh, probably needed a resource kit. Okay, well. Okay, let's go through these real quick. Do custom folders, might come back to that. Control panel items, you can do a wallpaper again, so that will be here. And then we can go to general GPO. Okay, center that. And we can do the same for our standard users. Of course, I got to test it. Center that. Turn on the color scheme. For this one, we can change it. Make it desert. Now, when we save this, we're going to move it into our net logon directory. And we are logged in as admin. So we should have permissions to do this. No, we don't. Okay, can I go $C? I can. Replication import scripts. There we go. Okay. Let's reboot this and see if it like pulls everything in. I think I'm gonna have to do a separate stream on group policy for Windows 9X. Okay, so if I log in as John Smith, tried to run a logon script there, but it's not going to work. Okay, so there's our wallpaper. So that's good. And it saved something. I'm not entirely sure what that did, but I've got an idea. Okay, so that one worked. I'm really curious to see if I can put some stuff here. If I go test from my docs, and maybe desktop test, like that, log off, which saves it back to the DC. Okay, so nothing was in there. But put a home drive in. It's got my Windows 98 home drive. Weird. Okay, so none of these files structures line up quite right, is it? Yeah, this is all my Windows 98 stuff. So it's treating the home directory as the profile path. I think this is going to take some deeper diving. The only thing I'd like to do before I go is fix the logon script. I wonder if there's a way we can differentiate what client you're using. Logon script from Windows 98 Millennium Edition systems. This is for Windows 2000. Here we go. Oh. Copy the files for the logon script to the following directory. Hey Metal Music, how are ya? Oh man, I had a fun day today getting that car sorted. But yeah, it took a bit longer than I thought. So yeah, I know how those projects go. So how did your LED conversion go? Alright, so caught me in the, when did you send that message? But yeah, I'm pretty much at almost the end of the stream. I'm just trying to get map drives working under a net logon script for a 9X client. MSIA, where is that? Okay. Okay, right. Is this another piece of software? What is this? Software inventory. Is it? I wonder if this is just bundled. I wonder where I can get this. Holy hell. Oh god, what is this? I think this is an add-on, so I'm going to bravely back out. God, Visual Basic script program with an extension. Batch logon. Wow, this looks like some sort of workaround for AD. Okay. I mean, all I wanted was some pointers. Yeah, like it's way too advanced here. This is all server 2003, yeah. Okay, is there a way? Run a logon script when client logon? What I want to know is if I can differentiate a client, like a 9x client, to a NT client. Because I don't think... Can't type. Can type there. Can't type in here. Do I need to be an admin? Don't know, but let's log in as an admin. Oh, hang on, I just realized I'm on the wrong machine. Okay, so I can do that. Okay, so it just doesn't... Net use. The syntax is different. Okay, so does that mean... Hang on. Where's my drive? Didn't... What? Okay, so it supports that. But it... Oh, okay, so it must be... It doesn't know how to deal with the persistent tag. I messed up. Of course you can't. Is that how you spell it? Persistent? P-E-R-S-I-S-T-E. Okay, so it just doesn't know for the Windows 9X client. It doesn't know what to do with that switch. So, do a drive, a port, save the password, makes the connection your home directory. Okay, so it just doesn't support the persistent state. Can this do it? Probably. Can I do that? Go here. Disconnect it. So that's definitely gone. Yeah, the NT stuff, man, is especially in this era. Jeez, it's a fickle thing. Okay, so it does support without the switch. So that must mean this should be able to do something. see if I can grab that. Here it is. There's our map drive. Okay. I think I've got some reading to do to manipulate the clients. Got quite a lot to do with this project actually. We've got the full BackOffice suite to get to yet, which includes SQL and Exchange and system management services and all sorts of stuff, so that's going to be fun. I think I need to do some reading tonight through that guide on how to do policies for NT and 9X clients. So it does work. This is the same user. So I need to do profile redirection, well, folder redirection. Actually, where did I find... Where was it? It's like software, Microsoft. Okay, I need to change the user shell folders. Okay. So it's storing... shell folders. Then you got user shell folders. So it looks like personal is that. So it must be when you're making... Okay, so that defaults... There's no personal folder listed, so I must be missing something there, but that's alright. I wonder... You know what, let's check... I'm going to take a screenshot of where this is. Log back in as an admin. I forgot this user, I don't think it has it set. Let's check. Okay, so I need to find shell. Yeah. It's not From what I can tell, a user policy. Is it a PC policy? You can do a log on banner. Go, don't show the last user at log on. There is user profiles. I wonder what this does. I'll turn it on. So I need to... I shall... Yeah, there's just no way to... I tell you what, I'll save that. Replication, import scripts. Grab this, dump that in there, give this a quick restart. Yeah, so I need to figure out how I can change these paths. Because I bet... Like if I can point it to this. I bet there's some like hacky workaround out there. I wouldn't be surprised, because like to make all this stuff work, it's definitely not turnkey. So we're logged in as who? James. Can I change it? First of all, can I get to it? Brain box. Doesn't support the user variable. Windows 98 username variable was equivalent to it natively supported in modern way, instead using thus. Try it. Is it like a bracket? Nope. Oh god. Yeah. See. That is from 2002. What is this website? Oops. Gosh, we're really going down a rabbit hole. What the hell is this? Free format scripting language that can be used to display information, set environment variables, start programs, connect driver shares, read, edit registry changes in the current drive directory, and much more. Okay, well, I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll grab... I've gone to... That's beta. So it's the current release. We want to go... .402. Well, I don't even know what one I need. Well, I've got a backup, so I'm not going to sweat it. Where am I putting this? Apps. I think I'll just throw that in there. I don't even know what this is. It looks like some sort of third party... Yeah, it's like a third party login script processor. Okay. So someone's written a utility to get more out of logon scripts. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. It's crap. Like, trying to manipulate it. Oh my god. This is some old school... Well, I tell you what, I'm just going to copy it into it, and we'll just see. So if I go... Should be able to do this. So I really miss having my retro NAS. can't find it. Probably won't let me do this. Okay. How will I get it in there? Need to get it inside of this VM. Question. How do I get this? Can I just... Nope. That's not what I want. How... I need like an FTP server or something, or... I think... Host to guest. Let's try this. No. No. Oh man. No. I think I might be slightly screwed. What I can do is I will utilize this. So I'm going to shut down this machine. I will go to my backup. I'm going to mount, basically I'm going to mount the VM disk. Here we go. Then, because it doesn't have any funky like file permissions. God, where's the folder? Dump it in there. Unmount. Detach. Yep. Then we'll turn it back on. Doing a workaround here. Trying to get it to... Yeah. I doubt this is going to help, but it's worth a shot to just have a quick look. Ah, what? It's not in there. Ah. I did copy it. Really? But it's there. Yeah, the files are the files are there. I'll eject it. Excuse me. My voice is getting tired. I'll try one more time and then yeah. I'm not going to be able to fortunately touch on this at the moment because I've been streaming for I think like 4 hours. 3 hours. So I'll make some dinner. Don't see the folder. You'll love it, Metal Music. It's just supermarket chicken, rice, and vegetables because I'm too lazy to cook anything else. I think I'm going to come back and explore this. I'm going to do some more reading. But we've got somewhat of a policy editor going on. You know, we can log in as a user, map a drive. We got a custom wallpaper and theme. The only thing I'd love to figure out is how can we get the... I need to change the profile shell folders. I am so tempted just to go in here and just change it manually and just see what it does. Software, Microsoft, current version, Explorer. Like just doing the desktop. Ah. Let's just see what it does now. So that shouldn't be there, that text file, if this works. We should have a test folder. We do. I don't want to open it. There we go. UI bugs. NC Commander. I have actually. Not for a while. I need to catch up on all my like retro YouTubers. In theory that file should be here too. and it's not. Well, that's not necessarily... Yeah, okay, so... the file didn't exist on the NT side, so it doesn't know... It is... current user... software, Microsoft, Windows, current version, Explorer, shell, folders, desktop. So it needs to know... Okay, so it's not bi-directional. So what that means is the folder path here does not reflect the profile path here. No. Hang on. Is that file now missing? It is. Because... it will be because NT is overwriting the directory file structure. So it exists there. This is the local path. This is what's saved on the server. There's the file. So the 9x client's got it, the server's got it. But if I was to log off, the local changes from this machine are going to overwrite it. So that file, yeah, so it's not there. But you can do it in the reverse order. So that's the NT client pushing its profile back onto the domain controller. Right, so any file that essentially exists here can only... essentially you would have to do... you would have to probably make that same change. Yeah. This here I'd have to stuff it, give it a go. Either that or it's just gonna break it. Actually, I'll tell you what I'll do. Just dump a screenshot of both settings. That way if I need to type it back in, I can. Can we get to this? Can. So I've saved that. So in theory, that should be saved. Should be able to log off. That is there, but not here. So that means, yeah, this client still doesn't know. Maybe it's here. I also need to put it in. So I've done, it's overwritten it. So that will be, oh God, that will be a, yeah, so this is all local. So it's storing the profile locally, which it's supposed to do. Which caches, basically. So you have to tell the system somehow to not cache, copy it locally. The 9x client worked, oddly enough. Well, it did. I suspect now that I've logged in on this other machine, it's erased it. Oh no, that's still there. Oh, that's my home drive. Sorry, my mistake. Yeah, so the 9x client's actually working. I never thought I'd say that. It's the, yeah, so the NT client's overriding the contents of the profile directory when it logs off because it synchronizes back to the domain controller. So that's by design, that's what it's supposed to do. I could... I'll give it one more shot. But I think it gets overridden. Shell folders. Yeah, okay, so that's all correct. Log off. Log in on the 9x client. The file will be missing. We create a file. Log off. That's saved to the DC. Oh, it's here. Okay. Should be able to save that. So it did keep the setting. Software, Microsoft, Windows, current version, Explorer. So the user shell folder is saved. And so is the desktop. Okay. So I've saved the file. And it's gone. And I bet that setting has changed again. No, that one's still correct, but maybe this other one. Oh no, that's still correct too. so I don't understand. Where's my file that I just saved? Where is it? There's no desktop folder. Has it moved it? Yeah, there's no desktop folder. But it does exist. But I can't... Yeah, I wonder if it's hidden. It is hidden. I need to get rid of my local copy, I would suspect. So it won't be... Hasn't made anything there. It's made it there. I suspect... I wonder if it's just an environment variable to... Because I've mucked around with it. It's still there. If I save it. Log back out. It's there on the server. It's there as well. Okay. Wonder if the group policy does something weird as it does, you know, its cycle. So this should still have its variables set. It does, and it's got my new file. Has it got my hello on it? Oh yeah. This is a test from Windows 98. Oops. Save it. It's there. You know what I've done as well? I think I may have mucked this up. It's going to... okay, so it's live because it's running off essentially an SMB share. Okay. It does mean that if this domain control ever went offline, the whole computer's gonna basically just shit itself because it won't be able to show any of the files. Oof. So there's probably a better way to do that, but I don't know. But it means that you could essentially put files on your desktop and sync them between clients. Yeah, see, that did take a hot second there to save. And we should have it on here. Yeah, so okay, it does work. That variable that we stumbled upon does work, but yeah, this is there's probably a better way to do it that I don't know. That's essentially redirected folders. Just going to a path. Oh god, what a bodge job. And my voice is dying, which means I've talked too much. Right, I'm gonna call this here. I'm gonna relax, do some reading, have something to eat, and then I'll come back to doing more advanced group policy stuff, I think. But it was a good start, so I got a lot of stuff done. I'm happy. Got shared folders, directories, some group policy stuff done. It works. Oh, good, Metal Music. Sorry, mate, I was slow, and also sorry I killed the wrong stream while you were waiting. I accidentally cancelled. I went to click on start stream, and it kind of lagged, and I accidentally double clicked it, and it started and then cancelled the stream somehow. So I had to make a new one. So, oh yeah, sorry, you're correct. I keep calling them group policies. This is just the policy editor, which is essentially, it is essentially just group policy, but it's not as nice as the system policy editor here. Yeah, real advanced. No OUs to point it to. Can't just, you know, put it to a group of computer. Oh, I wonder if you could put it to a group. Oh, the user manager just does the users, but the I was thinking about it. I don't think the policy editor supports adding a computer to a group. There's no. Yeah, this is way too. Yeah, these are just users. Yeah, not computer. Yeah, you're correct. Yeah, so she's basic. There's probably a way to like manipulate it. It's one of those things when I was at high school that I really wished I'd asked my IT lady that we had there how it all works. But I was too shy to talk to them, so yeah, because we had a NT4 servers, but with 9x clients, and I remember having like you couldn't save anything on the desktop, otherwise it would vanish. But you had a home directory that was mapped to your My Documents folder, and everything was stored in that. I think you may have even used Outlook back then. But yeah, don't know how it was set up. So doing a deep dive. But yeah, I think I'll come back to that and this here, which is some sort of group policy. Well, not, sorry, group policy. Logon script manipulator. Yeah. Yeah, that was back in the days. Metal Music. Have your own PHP proxy server. Burn. Keep changing like the domain on it too when it got added to that block list. Right. I think I'm going to call this one here, guys. Thanks everyone for watching. Sorry I was late. And I think I need to do some more advanced reading on the wherever it is. This. I probably also need to read the resource kit things. See if I can get a bit more clued in. the problem I always run into is I know what I want to do, and I know I can do it at least on like a 2003 domain controller, which is what I cut my teeth on. But when you're doing it on an NT4 server, there's a whole lot of stuff it can't do. It's simpler in some ways to get going for basic things, but trying to do something fancy with it. I think this is just a general guide and nothing too in depth. Alrighty everyone, I will leave you guys to your Saturday, and thanks for watching. Catch you guys soon.